No, absolutely. Are you a policeman? They are not.
You know where they are.
What? They're almost grown up now. My youngest girl, Joan. Why do you need to know this? Haven't you already told you?
Did someone say party? You could use a party. Hunt it down.
There is no investigation here. I can tell you that.
Okay, it must be asked then. What?
No, absolutely. Are you a policeman? They are not.
You know where they are. There?
I see. Right. What about him?
She gives you a shh.
No. Are you a policeman? Or they are not.
You know where they are. There?
What? They're almost grown up now anyway. My youngest, why do you need to know?
Did someone say party?
A killer party? What is it with you and Pope Staples, my God? Please, no more talk about my daughters. They are fine.
Okay, it must be asked then. What are you doing here? Why are you pursuing this?
And biographies of goodness. You were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why did you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Don't. Everything is on the shelf. Take a look.
She smiles and nods.
Hi, Captain. Are you here for the book?
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so open because you've talked before.
Yes, I used to stand out there all the time. You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir. Apologising to everyone. Of course, you stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you. Yeah, but you don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she wants. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap
Hell
the
yeah.
seconds on you, boy. Oh baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
I didn't know I had to do that. I'm glad I could help you, sir.
A small amount of colourful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf and endless varieties. There's also books in a board game section. A towering mountain of colourful board game boxes, and we're our cozy. This book is not amidst the various these three things. The point of the book, and many others on the shelf, it serves strategic wholeness. When it's up to your mind, it's your own fault if you're ill. Various paranatural books, still amidst these, the point of the book, it serves wholeness. When it's up, it's your own fault. Amidst these, the point of the book, various
I can't have you end up like opening a police store next.
Several maps. The maps look old and faded.
I'm sorry, they're quite valuable. Asshole, from
The place
they didn't get that far.
The north to the Ikuda. It's so small. No, this is somewhere to be. This large map, Ozam, disintegrated. In the northeast, the ocean connections. You have little idea. Perhaps they are gods. Shelves full of biographies of, browsing through suddenly, high speed next to Earth's life story. You see us next to that, Rivasholian radio personality.
I
I
really
really
must
must
insist you
insist you
buy
buy
one
one
of
of
the
the
books.
books.
Reading them is not... I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry, I did not mean to rush you.
You
You
are
are
browsing.
browsing.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Take your
Take your
time.
time.
Time is
Time is
commerce.
commerce.
I
I
would
would
say...
say
The
the
greatest
greatest
innocence.
innocence.
The book is also very... Certainly.
You feel like you should get this one.
I
I
would
would
say...
say
The
the
greatest
greatest
innocence.
innocence.
Shelves full of biographies of,
A
A true cultural touchstone.
Enjoy
Enjoy
the
the read.
shelves filled to the brim with crime novels.
Oh, crime book, you're a...
Note, reading about crime fiction. These books, furthermore, what's more, not a single mention of shelves filled to the brim with crime fiction. These books, furthermore, what's more, not a single mention. You see, a killing is declared. Dick Money, yes, tragedy. After all this, used to... The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you. Just as you're about to pull apart,
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're dumb if you decide to open them.
I
I won't be held responsible for the consequences.
she looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Why? Someone was killed there. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Please don't go there. I can't allow that.
You'll only
You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers. No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you.
Now
Please, step away from the curtains.
You
You do?
My
My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains.
Just step
Step away, dear sir. Thank you. Let's just talk about this first, all right?
There's no
There's no reason.
Talking is always good. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if
Nothing. Now, please go back to
she speaks oddly enough. The more she tries to draw you on, you see a thinly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seventies wars. Your shadow looming over it like an omen.
I warned you, you're unleashing forces.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of ceremonies, trinkets, and charms. It appears to be only an echo. No one is there. A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of ceremonies, trinkets, and charms. It appears to be locked. smash into the wood and see a small crack appear in the door frame. It's going to take one more try to break through to the other side. But you've done it.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
A barbell lies on the floor. The color is 60 kilograms. You're trusted to hunt these weights. Show the world there are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard.
You're right.
The weight's made for that.
Better not touch it
then.
It would be a violation of EPI's safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore. What is this place? I think you're right.
Oh, it looks like no one's been here in ages.
I doubt
the electricity still works.
Good thing we have
a flashlight on us.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes,
because it's closed.
No need
to
look
for supernatural explanations where an everyone will do. No.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wire framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
The
Radio computer.
Just
Sitting here with anyone inside.
We had
one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal in slumber, revealing fluorescent play and keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open. It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables.
This is where the memory should be.
Fuck yeah, I needed that.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes. Like some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Folk handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out three slogans: call in, tune out, we're all untethered, and heat death of the universe. Outside, a cold wind wraps the building in its bosom. Snowflakes in the wind. An old woman passes what the locals call the doomed commercial area. She tries hard not to look at the bookstore windows. It's unwise. This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. Minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final phase. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, see the crop schedule filament for details. The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost in glacial landforms, dead trees growing under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, Boreal war, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. Albeit dark and cold, this also feels cozy in its own way, like Eggnog, or Morphine, a much needed respite from our own. A pinned postcard reads, the heat death scenario, a desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as the world becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe. These live, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of Welkins. You make out autonomous, translucent Welkins, with organs shining under one of the Welkins, towering among the rest. It's Vara Hamira, a high Welkin, his face white, scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly the Welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-Welkin races will be purged. The Houndor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures. Political chemistry. That one has a great beard too. This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Some people really like building a world, I think. Even if it's just for a game. Just look at those details. So much effort.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. The mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles K-Drag mosaic tiles. Very pedantic. Radio frequencies, it seems. UK feed 123.6, UK feed 123.7, UK feed 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic. Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled The Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. Looks like a surveillance program. Someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the game master's frequency. Whoever decides to call into a calling station, it looks like. There's no way the little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious the project became. The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one. Why does art inspire you so much? Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative. Have you looked in the mirror? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too. Yes, you see substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop. Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street. You must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery. To go ahead and provide savage criticisms of art cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces.
Boobies.
Okay.
What do you
What do you
think
think
is
is
going
going
on
on
with
with
that
that
computer,
computer,
chalkboard,
chalkboard,
and
and
fireplace?
fireplace? No, that's
No,
not
that's
it.
not it.
I
I
think
think
it looks
it
like one
looks
of
like
those
one of those
popular
popular
pen and paper
role-playing
role-playing games.
games.
Only these
Only
people
these
were
people
trying
were
to
trying to
automate it,
automate it,
make it work
make
on
it work
regular
on regular
computers.
computers.
Not to my
Not to my
knowledge.
knowledge.
They make
They make
automated
automated
games in
games
Garth,
in Ghana,
Messina,
Sina,
Königstein.
Königstein.
You know,
You know,
places with
places with
industry.
industry.
Not
Not
in
in
Revachol
Revachol
West,
West,
among
among
the
the
ruins.
ruins.
But I don't
But I
think
don't think
anyone has
anyone has
attempted to
attempted to
create an
create an
inter-Israel
inter-Israel game
before.
before.
We just don't
We
have
just
the
don't have the
technology.
technology.
Indeed,
Indeed,
those
those
Welkings are a
Welkings
dead
are dead
giveaway.
giveaway.
Role-playing people
Role-playing
love
people
that
love
stuff.
that stuff.
The world looks
The
like
world
a
looks like a
modified
modified
version of the
version
We Were
of the We
Board
Were
game,
Board game,
with
with
Hitler
Hitler
thrown in.
thrown in.
Super cool. Someone
Someone
should
should
give
give
them
them
millions
millions
of
of
real
real
immediately.
immediately.
This
This
game's
game's
too
too
good to be
good to
left
be left
unfinished.
unfinished.
Through
Through
calling
calling
stations,
stations,
none of the
none of the
players have to
players
be
have to be
physically
physically
present.
present.
Then there's the
Then
game
there's the
master
game master
frequency
frequency
that
that
listens in
listens
on the
in on the
smaller calling
smaller calling
stations.
stations.
His
His
fascination has
fascination has
swept
swept
aside
aside
other
other
concerns
concerns
for
for
the
the
moment.
moment.
He's a
He's a
little.
little.
No
No
idea.
idea.
They start
They
filling
start
up the
filling up the
schedule on the
schedule on the
chalkboard.
chalkboard.
Indeed,
Indeed,
it's
it's
ambitious
ambitious
and
and
untethered from
untethered from
reality,
reality,
but
but
I don't
I
think
don't
so.
think so.
I think they
I think they
genuinely
genuinely
believe.
believe.
Okay,
Okay,
let's keep.
let's keep.
Yes?
Yes?
Tiles from the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent flame appears to shine on the keyboard. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play keys start blinking. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver plate on the side says, in a black marker, the production schedule. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum, the sound of static. Oh no. It was already glowing and now it's also making a sound. The static gets louder, slowly filling up.
Good morning. First accident en route de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Indian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? The filaments you have inserted into the reader. Yes. Is that the production schedule? If you are unsure, could you please take a look? Open the hatch on the compartment. Don't touch the wires. A current is running through it, but the core is safe. There's a filament inside. I need to know what it's called. Good. Please repeat.
Password. Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for first accident. Without filing a warrant with Intel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password? No.
A hint system is not part of it.
No. Received. I will register this login attempt.
That sounds bad. A login attempt. Something criminal do. Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
First accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Yes, I am alive.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the East Indian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are for first accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle surrounded by a wall of radios.
On an island on the river Esperance, a small woman, all skin and bones, sits in a room filled with audio.
Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do. Portrait Accident is the company on a good name. The terminal you are currently using has been registered to. One moment. Portrait Accident SCR, produced with Revolutionary Interactive calling radio.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Portrait. One more portrait.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Good. Please repeat the password received.
Don't worry.
Portrait accident. Thank you and goodbye.
Tiles from the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Nothing happens. The filament slides out of its glowing nest. Nothing happens. Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize it, isn't it? Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, and then pivoted to choosing the other. Reality is ruthless. This old fireplace, the whole thing resembles catering, history classes, students with their textbooks open, radio frequencies unclear.
It looks
It
like you
looks
think
like you
so.
think so.
Looks like a
Surveillance
surveillance
program.
program.
Someone very the leader of a massive on-air game built by a conductor for the hunt. Whoever decides to call in to it. There's no way a little basement studio working here.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more the schedule.
Nothing.
You see a terrifying iceberg with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red.
This
ice bear is a hyper carnivore. Be careful.
The bear
looks
looks
oddly
realistic.
realistic.
Is it
Is it
taxidermy?
taxidermy?
The
The
lieutenant
lieutenant
doesn't
doesn't
answer.
answer.
His
His
eyes
eyes
are
are
glued
glued
to
to
the
the
animal.
animal.
A sharp
A sharp slice of light
shines
shines
out.
out.
A gust
of freezing cold air rushes
to
to greet you.
You
You hear a low grumble
as
as the bear regulates itself.
This
This
is
is
the inside of a roof.
The lieutenant takes a peek inside.
His
His hand has found the holster of his. The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse? The bear is still costing their money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic. A friendly cartoon there smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnet's keeping it on the door. The bear's eyes are still glowing red. Watching over a friendly cartoon bear smiles.
Good question. I know. What is it?
The fridge.
I know. What is it?
A friendly cartoon. A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
There is,
yes.
And there
And there
also
also
appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs, rummaging around. You find rusty rifles hidden away.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches an old Belgrade rifle, Revolutionary era, prized for its reliability more than its accuracy. The rest are probably bone with grace too, just too damaged to be sure.
That's
That's a rare sight.
Seems to
Seems
no
to no
longer
longer
be
be
functional,
functional,
but
but
still,
still,
beautiful thing
in
in some
some
way.
way.
Seems like
Seems like
an
an old
bunker
bunker
from the Revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache. It means
It
there
means there
are
are
firearms,
firearms,
albeit
in
inoperable, still
lying
lying
around
around
Martinez.
Martinez. It's an
It's an
interesting
interesting
coincidence, I would
coincidence.
say. Might come
Might
useful
come
in the
useful in the
future.
future.
A few
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment. Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the isolated fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Ah,
thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Looks like
Looks
it.
like it.
Looks like
Looks
an old
like an old
central
central
furnace
furnace
used to heat the building. It's
It's
connected to the
chimney.
No one
No one has used it in ages.
No
No
signs
signs
of
of any recent fire.
Only
Only
dead
dead
rats.
rats.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter.
What are you doing? Wait, really?
Really?
Should
Should investigate.
See if
See if someone's
upstairs.
upstairs.
A lush
layer of coal.
Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Still, it's good to have the dirt on you. Real men. The hollow ring goes through the furnace. Your toe hurts. An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room. This is directly above the central furnace in the cellar. The voices probably came from here. What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens. Still nothing. No one's home. Those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts now.
There
There must be another way to wake up whoever is in there.
Maybe
Maybe we should ask the lady in the book. Bent metal, broken glass. Your path lies strewn with the broken. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter. Kudos. As before, this is direct. Those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts now. There must be another.
Yes?
Yes?
What about
What
me?
about me?
What? This?
This?
Where is
this going?
Interesting.
It's no mere brain.
Okay.
Art cup.
I do
I do not
harbor
harbor
sentiment.
sentiment.
Okay.
I wanted to become an aerostatic pilot.
Then I
turned 10 and realized we no longer have an air force. Absolutely not. The revolutionary must have had.
I've
noticed.
I see
I see this from a purely tactical standpoint. Good.
Let's check.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog.
You're right.
You're right.
The weight
The
moved.
weight
No
moved.
one
No
does
one does
until they get
until they get
smashed under the
smashed under the
barbell.
barbell.
You broke down
The back
door,
the
the
wards,
wards,
the
the
door.
door.
It's all
It's
gone
all
now.
gone now.
Dark
Dark
psychic
psychic
energy
energy
leeching onto
onto
my
my
shop.
shop.
I
I
suppose
suppose
it's
it's
all
all over now.
I guess
I guess there's no escape.
Just
Just a door.
This
This
place is
place is
a
curse
curse detective.
detective.
They
They don't call it the doomed
commercial area for nothing.
Just
Just
look
look
at the sheer amount of companies that have failed in this house. I hope you're happy now, happy that you've ruined everything.
Now
Now that you've broken the door, the curse is coming to get me as well. Of course you didn't. You're nothing but a policeman. All right. You know what? I'm willing to let you investigate the doomed commercial area.
We are
We are set on the path.
There's
There's little else to do.
Her
The
facade
facade is dropped.
Now
Now
you
you see the key.
But
Before we
before we go on, tell me,
did you
did you encounter
the
the
malignant
malignant
entity?
entity?
Yes.
Yes,
The
the
malignant
malignant
entity
entity that lives inside the chimney.
It takes
It
the
takes the
shape
shape of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she knows more about the curse than she lets on ever since I first saw her. No,
This
this chimney is part of the building's central furnace,
and it's
and it's enormous.
She has
She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. Got some natural magic, I assume.
You should
You should go find the entity and ask what happens to all the companies in the building.
And
And do return to me after you've talked to it. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse.
If you're
If you're really
really
interested in cracking this mystery,
then we should go back to the furnace. Maybe you
Maybe you could yell into
it
it or something.
Make some
Make
noise.
some noise.
You'll think
You'll
of
think of
something.
something.
You
You
always
always do.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of simile mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the dark that lies further in the building. Even though now I fear it's not enough. Yes, the similes are very crafty, and their wards are extremely powerful. Lesser wards simply won't do here. Oh, this! No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Desert pygmy shamans.
That
That
sounds like a rather questionable way to describe people.
seem like the spell is working. There are no customers around except you.
I am well educated in commercial and esoteric arts. I know what to do and what to avoid. Discount wares? Besides, this would only tempt the phantoms of the curse. It's the curse of finance. Everyone knows that all the previous companies in this building have sooner or later there's something wrong with this building. I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie. It's not good to talk about the curse.
Wow. Void graves. You have no words. The woman looks aloof.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirit. Yes, the simile is the curse. It's the curse of financial distress. It's not just that there's something wrong with the curse. It's the curse of financial. There's something wrong with this building. I can tell you. Yeah, the wards help to doom at bay and protect us against. Oh, it is. No, it's a special hint. There are new.
It doesn't seem like the spell is working. There are no customers around except.
Sir, I am well educated in commercial and esoteric arts. I know what to do and what to avoid. You're right. The bookstore wasn't even my original plan. I actually wanted to sell esoteric paraphernalia to help. My husband suggested otherwise. But being cultured doesn't offer any protection against the curse, does it? Maybe yes. The Simonees are very crafty, and their wards are extremely powerful. Lesser wards simply won't. Oh, there are new.
Doesn't seem like the spell is working. There are no.
Sir, I am well educated in commercial and esoteric. My voice is too much money even. Perhaps I should. Oh, indeed. There are numerous spells.
Doesn't seem like the spell is working.
Sir, I am well educated. Sir, this is a bookstore, not a strip club. Besides, this would only tempt the phantoms of doom.
The woman looks aloof.
Hi, Ace Detective.
The display rack is brimmed with worn paperbacks featuring an extreme muscular sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere. Rows and rows of Hyundai blur your vision. Maybe 100. Man, not even close. Man from Hyundai in hell. Man, rows and rows of Hyundai. The display rack before you is
Man from Hyundai. Blood and violence. Scantily clad women. What does it matter? If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hyundai Man. The man from Hyundai. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
The twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art. Between the throne and the Hyundai Man lies a bonfire, cast especially those leering types seem to wear nothing but an armored bikini. It's symbolic of vice. The display rack before you is burdened by the panels of men from Hyundai novels.
before, this is directly a Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Something close to you dies with a soft electric.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. Somewhere, a machine hums along with the current. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now. Something close to you.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brow.
The greatest innocence. Browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the ceaseless overflow, the sprawl of names, dates, places, events historical. Most of it ends up as a twisted mass of facts inside your brain. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well. It's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. This might take a few minutes. You ready? That's the spirit. Here we go. Question 1. Who was the first innocence? Oh yeah. This is what I was made for. Incorrect. Sola resigned after an assassination attempt by a youth. Incorrect. To look, her colors are silver. Steer clear of this one. Yes, the quiz is incorrect. Correct. Nothing much is known about him as the first innocent. Question 2. Who was the strongest in an easy? Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody. Incorrect again. Even though the words most correct named the innocence of militarism, he codified hereditary rule. Franco Negro attempted to solve question 3. Who was the false innocence? Got it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. It's widespread historical information. Yes, there exists a group called the Founding Party, known as the Holy Party. There seems to be a mix-up with the sources. It's not my fault. At least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day. She wouldn't be false. She's beautiful.
Yes, there exists a group called the Founding Party, known as the Holy Party during the time of the Elysium. This, the world's oldest international organization, spends its time in search of either the re-emergence of the innocents or new members. There seems to be a mix-up with the sources. At least it clearly was a glorious day. Correct. There have been a number of counter or false instances. Some assumed to have innocent qualities. Some, the most famous and important, final stretch. I've got it, honest. Of course, this is my thing. The reason I exist in this world. The correct answer is zero doubts. Incorrect. Oh yeah. Yes. Obviously. Incorrect. Of course. Zero doubts. Correct. The mess might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's everything from interdisciplinary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions. Congratulations on finishing the test. A D. Not particularly. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. What's going on with you? Okay. You are shouting at an inanimate object, like a real weirdo. Browsing through the book again. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well. It's pop quiz time. Let's probably for the best. Browsing through the book, your education, it seems rather unfair to try again after you already know the answers. But sure, if this makes you feel better, oh yeah, this is what I was made for. A pop quiz. Thanks for nothing. Dolores Day. Dolores. Incorrect. Her colors stay clear. Yes. The quiz is correct. Nothing as the first question too easy. Incorrect. And innocent. I can do better. Okay. So comedy and innocence doesn't great. Dolores. Incorrect. Vespa Messina is not incorrect. Vespa correct. Franco Negro question got it under control. Incorrect. Yes. There seems at least it clearly was incorrect. Kedra is incorrect. Stepan. No. Stop thinking it. Correct. The most final strip. I've got it. Honest. Correct. Everything. Congratulations. See, you would have done better if you just let the lieutenant. How is it possible? Browsing through your educational survey, it seems rather. Oh yeah. This is what I was made for. A pop quiz. Thanks for the Dolores Day. Dolores. Correct. As the first question too easy. Everybody knows the answer. Correct. Franco Negro question got it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. No. Stop thinking it. Correct. The most final stretch. I've got it. Correct. Everything. Congratulations. And we really navigate some treacherous waters here. But endless browsing through your educational survey, it seems, oh yeah, this is what I was made for. Incorrect. So pop thanks for Dolores Day. Correct. As the first question easy. Incorrect. Correct. Franco question got it under control. No. Stop thinking incorrect. Correct. The most final strip. I've got it. Correct. Everything. Congrat and really endless. Browsing through your educational search. It seems rough. Oh yeah. This is what I was made for. Incorrect. So resign after. Correct. As damn. Franco question got it under control. Correct. The most final strength, I've got it. Correct. Everything. Congrats and A. Really never but browsing through your educational cert. It seems rather, oh yeah. This is what I was made for. Incorrect. So resign after and it's incorrect. Her colors are still, yes. The quiz is correct. Not as the question easy. Correct. Franco questions got it under control. Correct. The most final strength, I've got it. Incorrect. Of course. Zero doubts. Correct. Everything. Congrats and A. Really and browsing through your education. It seems, oh yeah. This is what I was made for. Correct. As the first question easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. Correct. Franco question got it under control. Correct. The most final strength, I've got it. Honest. Correct. Everything. Congratulations on fit and A. All correct. You really never get to such endless try. The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of line.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant, someone has scribbled. S. I can't believe offside copy is still here. The illiterate Tito keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the offside copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Suliswa.
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the iceberg fridge.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box?
Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on the filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter. It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to discotapes, right? It's like one of your discotapes.
It's like the production schedule you found. Only this one's an offside copy.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised it's just left their property lying here. That's impossible.
Someone has scribbled. You'll find the filament memory with the offside copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home.
I don't know.
Didn't you see one right next to?
Really? I'm placing my bets on it. Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. That's a plausible hypothesis. Looks like someone.
The lieutenant nods. You take the legal documents out of the envelope.
I'm no property lawyer.
How else are you going to build? An intricate pattern still kind of has an ethnic feel to it gone. For you, someone who knows it. It's just erased, but the worn map, your fingerprint finally.
For more detailed view of the map,
the note is written with a blue pencil on it.
Really? You don't have. I'm placing. Looks like someone.
The lieutenant. Actual art degree. Trite. Contrive. Mediocre. Milquetoast. Amateurish. Infantile. Cliché and gonorrhea-ridden peon to conformism. I fucked to me. Affront to humanity. War crime. Should literally try for war crimes. Resolutely shit. Lacking in imagination. Uninformed reimagining of lip-wristed, premature, ill-informed attempt at talentless fuckfest. Recidivistic shit peddler. Pedantic, listless, savagely boring. Just one repulsive laugh after another. thick
layer
layer
of
of
coal
coal
dust
dust
covers the
covers the
furnace,
furnace,
coloring
coloring
it
it
pitch.
pitch.
Something
Breaks
breaks
loose in
loose
you.
in you.
And my
Am I?
you
You
hear
hear
a
a
low
low
rumble
rumble
upstairs.
upstairs.
The
The
sound
sound
After you,
you,
officer.
a lush
A lush
life.
life, maybe
Maybe
you
you
could
could
paint
paint
something
something
with
with
this.
this. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand crank ice cream churner and an electric freezer. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the
In the
distance,
distance,
you
you
hear
hear
water
water
dripping.
dripping.
Both
Both
cables
cables
are
are
unplugged
unplugged
from the breaker
box.
box. Somewhere
Somewhere
in
in
the
the
dark,
dark,
a
a
giant
giant
electrical
electrical
mammoth.
mammoth.
Somewhere,
A machine comes along.
This
This orange
machine
machine
is
is
buzzing
buzzing
like an old submarine.
It
It
has
has
a
a hand
hand-cranked
crank
ice cream
churner
churner
on
on
top
top
and
and
an
an
electric
electric
freezer
freezer
that
that
appears to be
appears to be
frozen.
frozen.
flashlights, some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections where the handwriting is only part. This mini stands for Your Eyes Glaze Over 4 sections. The photocopy, entire OC, albeit a pinned postcard read. These last translucent, you should adopt one of the welkins, towering. Your Eyes Glaze Over 4 sections. These translucent, you should adopt one of the welkins.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little waking creatures. Just look at those details.
The photo, entire OC, albeit a pinned postcard read. This mini, as time goes,
Like they didn't
but note on the bottom left corner of the handwriting is only partly legible.
Hello, I'm Nia.
Did you
Try knocking on my window?
I must
I must have missed you.
I've been
I've been listening to my lilies.
So
what kind of guy are you looking for?
She's got a direct lead to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station.
You need
a two-way radio to access one.
That's why
I have these.
Mostly,
They just teach you to swear in different languages.
But
some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
Then
How did you get inside? By the side entrance?
You know
You know what?
It
It doesn't even matter.
What
What matters is that you find me here.
Let's
Let's tell guys.
Did
Did you have something specific?
I'm a
I'm a novelty dice maker.
Tell me
Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the guy you need.
That's
That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set. Unless you want something real. Take a look around and see if there is any particular stone you want to use.
It
It
almost
almost
looks
looks
as
as if
if
the
the
stones
stones
and
and dice
dice
are
are
a
a
natural
natural
part
part
of
of
the
the
room,
room,
growing
growing
out of the shells like stalagmites.
stalagmites.
Eek.
No falsehoods are present.
She's
She's
a
a
naughty
naughty
dice
dice
maker
maker
and
and
doesn't have
doesn't have
anything to
anything to
hide.
hide.
Ask
Ask
what you need.
Nothing really.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook. Then, the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last evening.
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. Well, there's always something going on in the Williams backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids, and lately I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night. I might have, but in this case,
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
it's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone. It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids, and lately I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid. Well, during
She's heard,
but I never saw anyone during that. It's an odd profession.
she knows.
Anything else, officer? Of course. Tell me
what you had in mind.
Okay. Come in, baby. Okay. Over there. Here. Okay. Hey, sweetheart. You wanna watch TV? You lay down, I'll let you watch TV. Good girl. Okay, watch out, baby. It's baby cakes. Baby cakes. Baby cakes. Baby cakes. You want this one? Or that one? It's okay. I'll know it. You damn goofball. Oh, goofball. That's all you is, baby. Dang goofball. Oh, oh, there's your bones. Oh! There you go, you damn goofball. Cut you off in the open world, baby doll. We now have you where we want you. Right here. Right here, baby. Alright, we're gonna get a little bit cooler in here. You seem a little hot. Choo choo. Wake up morning. You're a good girl. I'm glad. We don't need no bad girls. That's for sure. Poopy. Poopy, baby. It's okay, baby. It's okay, baby. It's alright, baby. It's okay, baby. There's nothing up here. You're wasting your time. You better go play, baby. I just need to clean. It's just dirty. Yeah, it's just dirty. That's all this is dirt, baby. All this is dirt. I wouldn't lie to you, sexy ass. I wouldn't lie to your sexy ass. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Why would I lie to you? Out of all people, huh? Why would I lie to you, baby? Huh? Talk to me. Why would I lie to you? Sexy ass bitch. Sexy bitch. Okay. I'm gonna cut on some tunes for you. Okay. Hold on. Hey, hold on. You're sniffing me too much, bro. That shit ain't cool. Stop. Doing, baby. Hey, stop. Stop. Hey. Okay, baby dolls. I think that's enough. I'm not gonna refill that book, so I don't know what you're doing. I hope you know. Hey, move. Sweetheart, move. Lift your leg. Move. God damn, bro. How is all the time? You're always in the goddamn way. It's really weird. It's like, should I beat your ass for it? Probably not. But you're getting quiet. Like, bro, there's no need to act like a little bitch right there. Alright. Go that way, but I'm telling you. Keep drinking water now. I'm telling you, you're not going to be going up and down, out, in and out. Don't fucking listen. Go on, baby. Go on, baby doll. God damn you, motherfucker. Go lay down. You motherfucker, lay down. You ain't worth a goddamn splashing me like that. You need to go lay down. Calm down. Lay down. Goddamn fuck shit up. God damn, you're an idiot. If it's not comfortable, then go on the floor. I don't really know what else to tell you here. Alright, there you go, girl. You hear me? Hey, sweetie. That's enough. Hey, that's enough. Out of the weed. Hey, let's go. Come here. There's a goddamn gun right there. You need to stop. You're worrying me, man. All this damn rigmarole you doing. You keep kissing me on the lips. That shit's weird, bro. What in the hell are you doing? Alright, here's your bone, baby. It's okay. Baby, it's not all about you, sweetheart. When you come out here, it's not all about Rogue, you know what I'm saying? And as much as I know you think it should be, and Lord, I'd love for it to be, baby doll, it's not all about you. Even though I spend plenty of money on you and get you bones and let you hang out, all that, so you can be I don't know, you know, a cock sucker, pretty much. But I appreciate you watching YouTube. It's the least you can do.
No need to rush. Take a look around, see if anything inspires you. We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
Hey! God, you get on my fucking nerves. Hey! What now? Damn you. Anything else you wanna fucking get into? Bruh, no. Stop. Hey, 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 hey. Get out of there. Quit being like that. Stop. It's not for you. Stupid. Quit being ornery. Sit your ass down. Sit down. Sit your ass down over there now. Oh, you're getting on my fucking nerves. I should have never got you. I'm gonna blow your shit now. Dangerous. You don't need that. Exactly.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Creative.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success. It's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow?
Don't rip my shit, baby. Be a good girl.
Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to rule the curse.
I was just about to ask, what do you think? Do you think the curse is real?
What?
So I'm the grand dragon in the cave. Might I ask what supports this claim?
What? What's the matter? Huh? What's the matter? What? Okay. What?
I am responsible for making sound business decisions, yes, but not for my fellow tenants' misfortune. Well, if you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies...
That's all she has to say on the subject. Lesson needs to hear about this. Perhaps if you combine your psychic energies, you will make sense of the situation.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. Not especially. I liked working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
You need to go out.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
Okay.
shedding, why viruses, like if you've got the flu and you're coughing, or the polio vaccine, or the rubella vaccine, or chickenpox vaccines, because those are live virus things. Those are what we typically think about shedding. And since we've made a really big distinction between vaccines and COVID shots, because these COVID things are not vaccines, in my opinion, I think it's important for us to separate shedding, goes with these over here, and what's happening over here is transmission. Because something is being transmitted between people, and we haven't clearly identified yet, and that's what the part of the discussion is going to be amongst all these physicians and people here tonight. What is it that's possibly being transmitted between the vaccinated person to an unvaccinated person? So I think, you guys have heard me say this for decades. Lots of things, words have power, and definitions have meaning. And so if we talk about this being a transmission, that keeps COVID shots over here and shedding and vaccines over here. And I know we sort of blew this around today on our chat, and everybody sort of agreed with that. So I just kind of wanted to start from there. So if you start hearing us tonight talking about, because the question about shedding keeps coming up, I want you to start changing your language from, we changed immunization and immunize into vaccinate and vaccine because you're not getting any immunity from any of these shots. So we sort of erased that for a while ago. I think if we start changing it to talking about transmission, it may make a lot more sense of the things that we're going to talk about. So with that as a backdrop, Maureen?
Okay, thank you, Sherry. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. We really appreciate you being on with us, and I so appreciate these expert physicians coming on to share their knowledge and theories, really, of what's happening, because I don't think anyone really knows. I think we're witnessing an unprecedented situation here. We're getting reports from thousands of women around the world. We're seeing things like women are bleeding for weeks. Some of them are not getting their period. Some postmenopausal women are bleeding. Some people are passing large clots. Women in pregnancy are developing clots. Women are experiencing miscarriages. Some people are having bloody noses. Children in proximity to those who've been vaccinated are developing bloody noses and clotting. There's bruising on the legs being reported, blood clots in men. We're seeing things that make no sense. And all we can do is open up discussion. Again, we're seeing unprecedented censorship. So this forum is an incredible way to hear some expert theories on what's going on. So we have to discuss, we have to debate, we have to investigate, and we have to research. So I'd like to ask a few questions of the panelists, and I'm sure it'll just roll into a very lively, amazing conversation. But before I do, before you speak, if you could just give a few minutes of your background, because recently I've heard a couple of you being introduced, and it really didn't do justice to who you are and the amazing background that you bring to the subject. So if you could just introduce yourself prior to speaking the first time, that would be wonderful. So I think the first question is, on people's minds, women around the world, what do you think's happening? Do you think this is hormonal? Do you think the uterus is being is a targeted organ? What exactly do you think is going on in simple terms that all of us can understand? I know this is a complex issue, and there's many avenues we could pursue. But just in your idea, Dr. Christian Northrup, what do you think is happening to not only people who have been vaccinated developing these problems, but now, as Dr. Sherry said, in people who are in close proximity to those who've been vaccinated? We've never seen this before. So what do you think is happening? And you're muted. You're muted.
Thank you. So I'm introducing myself first. I'm a board-certified OBGYN physician, went to Dartmouth Medical School, did my residency at Tufts New England Medical Center in Boston. I was a clinical assistant professor of OBGYN for 25 years at the University of Vermont College of Medicine. I'm the author of 3 New York Times bestsellers, including this Bible of women's health called Women's Bodies, Women's Wisdom, loaded with peer-reviewed literature and my experience on the front lines of mind-body medicine when it comes to women. For many, many years, I was on the Oprah Winfrey Show 10 times. I did 8 highly successful public television specials, which raised millions of dollars for public television. In 2013, I was one of the Reader's Digest 100 Most Trusted People in America. And now, in 2021, I am one of the 12 disinformation dozen, along with Sherry, of those of us accused of 70% of the disinformation about vaccines on the internet, which is an astounding fall from grace until you understand who is determining what grace is. Having studied the menstrual cycle, our connection with creativity, our connection with the moon, I am rather horrified at what's been going on around this. Now, I already knew, this is a report here from LifeSite News, thousands of reports of menstrual irregularities and reproductive dysfunction following COVID vaccines. So the media is focused on blood clots, but then we had suddenly all of these women, and a friend of mine today literally sent me a picture of what came out of her body. She's a woman in her 30s. Entire decidual casts, they're called, meaning that the entire inside of the uterus just sloughs off. Decidua, meaning like deciduous trees that shed their leaves. The menstrual cycle is one of the indices of health. So we know that a regular menstrual cycle that's every 25 to 30 days is considered one of the ways that we determine a woman's health. And when suddenly you have thousands of people all over the world, many of whom have not been vaccinated but have been around those who have, we begin to wonder. Now, we already know that polysorbate 80, which is included in these shots, can adversely affect ovarian function. It has shut down ovarian function in rats. We also know that many, many women have become infertile as a result of the Gardasil vaccine, which I spoke out about in 2006 on the Oprah Winfrey Show. There are things called pheromones that are secreted by the apocrine sweat glands in the pubic area and under the armpits. Those regulate women's menstrual cycles. The pheromones are why we think women have periods at the same time when they're all living together in close proximity. There are so many things that affect the menstrual cycle, but the reports that we are getting are not only swelling of the genitals, erectile dysfunction in males, scrotum swelling, problems of this nature, breast irregularities, all of that. This is from the Yellow Card voluntary program in England, but we don't have any database right at this very moment, formal database for these abnormalities that are occurring when you're simply around someone who's had this shot. So my feeling on this is that there's some kind of a bioweapon, that the body is now secreting, transmitting, as it were, as you said, Sherry, from somebody who's had the shot. Because here's what we know. This is not a normal immunization. It is, in fact, something that causes the body to make a synthetic protein against a SARS-CoV-2 spike protein. It is a synthetic protein that's never been seen, and the body begins to produce this as a factory. It doesn't shut off. I mean, I've had people say, well, maybe in 2 weeks that will stop. There is no way this is going to stop, because it's made your body into a factory for a synthetic protein that's never been seen before, that theoretically can be in your saliva, urine, feces, sweat, seminal fluid, blood, flatus, maybe. And so when you're around a person, then I think this is coming out of their bodies and possibly adversely affecting the most delicate hormonal system. I mean, to get pregnant and stay pregnant is an enormously complex problem system, and we know that spike protein antibody cross-reacts with what's called syncytin 1 and 2, and those are proteins absolutely essential for the placenta, for fertilization, for maintaining a pregnancy. We now have women who are miscarrying. They are unable to get pregnant. They're having heavy bleeding. We don't know why, but my feeling about this is that something is being produced by the body of a vaccinated person that is possibly adversely affecting others, and it is of great concern to me.
Thank you, Dr. Northrup. And Dr. Madej and Dr. Merritt, I'd like to ask you the same questions, and who would like to start? Dr. Madej, would you like to start? Anything added to Dr. Northrup?
I'm Dr. Carrie Madej. I'm an internal medicine physician and an osteopath as well, practicing for the last 20 years, medical director, teaching medical students and attending different meetings where the agenda for humanity was discussed. So I speak out about those things. Let's see, I have some opinions here. So I absolutely believe, just like Dr. Northrup does, that something is happening with these people that are getting these injections. I have a slightly different feeling about it because, at least with the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccines, one of the key components is the nanolipid particles, which are brand new technology on humanity. They're using a nanotechnology, which is pretty much little tiny computer bits. They actually can be nanobots, or another word is hydrogel. There's all different kinds of terms and names for the very same structure, but inside of those two vaccines is this sci-fi kind of substance. So that has concerned me from the very beginning because that substance can do many different things. In this particular instance, what the drug manufacturers are telling us, they're saying they're using that substance because the body is very intelligent. It knows when something is not from nature. It would destroy the synthetic code that's being injected into the person right away. So they had to figure out a way to trick our bodies into accepting a synthetic code. They came up with this nanolipid particle that surrounds it. And so they're using it, their reasoning is it's an on-demand drug delivery system. So it allows the body and it suppresses our immune checkpoints to get into the cell. Now, they've never said what happens after the drug is delivered, because we know this substance can last for many, many years, who knows how long in the body. And it serves many purposes. First of all, it's on demand. It can be triggered at any moment to deliver the payload. Number two, very importantly, it can be used for biosensors in the body. Because it is something synthetic, it actually has the ability to accumulate data from your body, like your breathing, your respirations, thoughts, emotions, all kinds of things. So it has been proposed to use this substance for that. Why am I bringing this up? Well, this substance actually, because it's like little bits of computers in your body. It's crazy, but it's true. It can do that. It obviously has the ability to act through Wi-Fi. It can transmit and receive energy, or messages, or frequencies, or impulses. That issue has never been addressed by these companies. Well, what does that do to the human, right? This is the first time they've done it large scale. We know what happens to small groups of military people. They've studied that. But just imagine you're getting this new substance in you, and it can react to things all around you. The 5G, your smart device, your phones. What's happening with that? What if something's triggering it too, like an impulse, a frequency? We have something completely foreign in the human body that has never been launched large scale. And happened at this time, right? We are now seeing more 5G cell towers going in. the school systems, the cruises, the hospitals, et cetera, are putting more and more of this EMF frequency out. And so I believe, my personal belief is that there's something to do with the EMF, the frequency that's being emitted. Because if these people have this inside of them, wow, this can act like an antenna and actually transmit it outwardly as well. So it's a theory of mine, but if you look up the research on this substance, which you'll usually find under hydrogel, it produces its own voltage, which is an EMF, many times more. So we know it will produce that kind of effect. The other thing I want to mention is that I learned by patterns. And I noticed a pattern since coming back to Georgia in January. And some of the patients I've seen, I saw a new pattern. And after a long series of deductive reasoning, I actually came up with why were they not successfully healing from XYZ. Even in male patients that I have, it was radiation or at least EMF toxicity. And sure enough, if you measure, we were measuring all of our phones, and I was floored with the EMF that was coming off. It was over the range. It could not even be calculated with a number, just by a couple clicks on our phones. This is much more than when I measured last year. This was unbelievable. It was coming from all of our phones. And imagine that amount, because if you look at what EMF does to a human, so they've done studies of just a man putting a laptop on his lap, and after 15 minutes, his sperm count will decrease by 50%. How they did that study, I don't know, but that was the result of it. Also, a person, a young, healthy teenager, putting a cell phone up to their ear. We draw their blood before they use the cell phone, beautiful red blood cells swimming around. After 40 minutes of the phone to their ear, and this was with an older phone, not the newer ones, all the red blood cells go into string-like patterns. They're called rouleau formation. These strings are so long and sticky, of course they make it prone to clotting and blood problems, right? This goes on for a matter of time. So this just being around this kind of abnormal frequency, which is not conducive to a human body, is destructive in many ways. We know that one of the first things affected will be the red blood cells. They're very sensitive to that. So what I've been seeing, at least in the greater Atlanta area, is that there's definitely something to do with radiation or EMF toxicity that has definitely gone up in the recent times. And I am concerned about what is happening inside these vaccines that has to do with that frequency as well.
Whoa, okay. We are going to ask Dr. Barrett, and we are going to find some positive things in this insanity. We're going to have to get to the place where we can arm people with something they can do to protect themselves. And I know that's all theoretical also, but
keep your cool.
excuse me?
It's probably
we'll wrap up with what we can do. That's right. We'll wrap up with the good stuff. So, Dr. Merritt, tell us your ideas on all of this.
Oh, the kids these
Oh,
days.
you're muted.
We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No
There we go.
solidarity.
Now am I good? I'm actually an orthopedic surgeon. I did my medical school at the University of Rochester, New York, and I did a spine fellowship there. So I'm really, this is way out of my... I didn't expect to be in this fight. I trained in the Navy, and I served on the Navy Research Advisory Committee, where we looked at defense strategies for the Navy, technology, actually. And by law, they have to have a physician on it. And I guess it's made me a little bit skeptical about lots of things. But when I look at this, I do think the point about the bioweapon is pertinent, and there's a lot to be said about that. That takes about an hour. But the point I was thinking when we were talking about this earlier, about what people were seeing, we're not just seeing bleeding problems. We're also seeing, I've had these two stories that didn't involve, menses or blood. They involved a woman who was a hairdresser, and everybody in her office everybody in her salon got vaccinated except her, and she kept getting sick for about 2 weeks after everybody else got vaccinated. But it was more like flu-like, COVID-like symptoms. And then the other one I just heard today from an orthopedic colleague is an older friend of his he got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. He had 3 days of illness. His mother, who lived with him, was 88 years old. She did not get the vaccine, but she got COVID and died right then. So this brought up to me, I mean, I started thinking about mode of acquisition because when I first heard the thing about people are asking about well, you mentioned shedding. So I asked Judy Mikovits about that, and she didn't, because my problem with that is, if we're talking about the spike protein, which is just part of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, one would think initially that a portion of a virus is going to be transmissible. Normally, viruses go out through the cells, you breathe them out, it's little viri and squeak out and float around and infect people, but this isn't the whole virus. The spike protein is just part of it, so could it be airborne? I mean, that's one possibility. The other one is a serum-borne thing, but that doesn't explain things like this guy's mother, and probably not a lot of the women that you're seeing. And then there's also fecal-oral transmission. I guess that could explain all of this. That's one way we could transmit maybe a whole virus, but again, we're not being given a whole virus. This thing produces the pathogen head, the spike protein pathogen in your cells. And then, the other one I thought about is, what's the definition of a prion? Prion is a misfolded protein. And what these the way they weaponize the spike protein essentially is they inserted a gene into the spike protein that allows it to have a furin cleavage. And so that can be changed conformationally to then bind with your ACE2 pathway. So what you're talking about is an artificial 3D conformation, which sounds a lot like a prion to me. And those things are really, that's a self-replicating protein that can be transmitted through serum for sure. We don't know how else it's transmitted, but that also seems to be a little bit unlikely because it takes years usually to see prion disease. I'm just thinking this through. Now, I mean, Dr. Maddie talked about the stuff in the vaccine. I think it's interesting to note they call that biolipid, that nanoparticle lipid that they encase the RNA. It's called matrix M. Don't you love that name? But the other thing about that is, in terms of this bleeding, and in terms of your immune system, it turns out that the matrix M also has the adjuvant, and by itself it can tune up your immune system even without a pathogen. And it has a part of the adjuvant is from a bark in the South American tree. It's called the Quilarja saponaria or something, and they're called saponins. And I bring this up because when I look back at the original research of them trying to develop matrix M, they talk about the problem of bleeding. It strips erythrocytes of their hemoglobin. It changes the conformation of the erythrocytes, that's what Dr. Mate just said. It also damages the endothelium. And there's one more thing it does to the blood, but it causes something to do with antibody adhesions to cellular. Oh no, I know it causes lymphocyte destruction. So there's a lot of this thing. There's a lot of moving parts in this vaccine that could be, the issue. And I think what needs to be said here is that, like any good crime, we're trying to sort out. First we need to figure out how it was done, and I really think transmission is the issue. And I'm starting to think the spike protein itself can be transmitted, because the other thing I looked at, just from people that have been having the vaccine, I just did my own little study that I couldn't get published yet, but it's going in, I guess. I looked for bleeding, words that were about bleeding, and I looked for thrombocytopenia in the bears. And in a 2-month period in the bears, there were, just using the terms I used, I pulled out 358 cases. And when you read them, you're hearing exactly what you guys are talking about. Abnormal menses, clots, large amounts of bleeding, unusual menses, and then all sorts of bleeding problems. Brain bleeds, GI bleeds, bleeds from old scars, weird bleeding like an old healed boil wound and it just started spontaneously bleeding. Men oozing blood from their legs. So this is, and what my point in doing this paper was, when you look at thalidomide and all the bad things that came out of that drug, one of the ways we stopped it was that they recognized that it was a gradient of the same problem. you know, the way it presented was
I don't
perfect, but it wasn't all just
You should stay
children
away
with
from
no harm. It
drugs.
would break down to those little ring things on your
Damn it.
finger. And I think that's what we're seeing. Whatever that is that's doing this, it's, you know, the clots, the cavernous sinus thrombosis that Dr. Tepper talked about, that is so rare. We're seeing clots, we're seeing bleeding, we're seeing a lot of things that have to do with, that could be what we're talking about with the supposed to be in the field. But again, it might just be the spike protein. I'm just throwing that out. Those were my thoughts on it because, and I'd just be curious to know how many of these secondary illnesses were due to people getting the Johnson & Johnson. It seemed to me, because we're dealing with two different technologies here, the DNA technology versus the RNA technology. And I just wonder if that's something we've sorted out, because we just started hearing about this. The bleeding started early on, and it's not, I mean, that's with all of them. That's the ones I looked at, that I just looked at Pfizer and Moderna, and that was 358 cases in 2 months or less. So I guess I would be curious to know if the secondary effects we're seeing are in all of them, or just the Johnson & Johnson. Or maybe that has something to do with transmission. So.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Dr. Larry Gillespie,
It's weed, baby.
You know, we've sort of been under this false illusion that our children are safe and they're not developing coronavirus. And now we're seeing kids have problems clotting nosebleeds. What do you think is happening with children?
Thank you, Maureen, and thank you, everyone, for your participation. I want to start with some pretty bold statements. That's very unlike me, right, Dr. T? Anyway, first of all, this is not a vaccine. This is not a vaccine. This is not a vaccine. A vaccine is
supposed... saying that. Thank you.
Okay. This is not a vaccine. A vaccine is supposed to protect us against a bacterial or viral infection. There is nothing in any of these shots that is designed to protect us against a virus infection. The authorities say it, the patents describe it, everyone who is involved in the making of these injections with their intention is never, ever made to protect us against a viral infection. As soon as we start to realize that that is not what this is, we realize that everything after that is a complete and utter lie. And so, this is not a vaccine. It is not designed to protect us against a SARS-CoV-2 viral infection. Therefore, it cannot stop the transmission of a SARS-CoV-2 virus, because what's in the shot is not meant to protect us against the SARS-CoV-2 viral infection. Now, when we look at the literature from 2020, and we see that people were getting illnesses of blood disorders, lack of oxygen, hypoxia, lung disease, clotting disease, strokes, hypertension, hypotension, loss of taste, loss of smell, neurological issues, COVID codes. This was not a viral illness. This was the clinical presentation of a poisoning of the blood. And all of the literature shows that the spike protein of this so-called virus was responsible for causing all of these symptoms: the brain problems, neurological problems, heart disease, clotting factors, loss of oxygen, loss of taste, loss of smell, hypertension, hypotension.
All of it.
This spike protein was responsible for causing the disease that we saw. Ladies and gentlemen, this spike protein is not a naturally occurring thing. It is a man-made weapon. It is not a virus. This is part of maybe attached to the virus and attached to who knows what else that started the ball rolling, people getting sick. This was never an influenza-like disease. It was never a flu-like illness. It was straight up a poisoning of the brain. This spike protein could attach to receptors all over the body. The brain, the heart, the the lungs, the kidneys, the intestines, the sperm, and the female reproductive system. So they found in the naturally occurring COVID set of symptoms, this spike protein was responsible for what made people sick. So why in God's name are we okay with injecting something into the body that's going to cause all of us to make spike protein? The very part of the so-called weapon that was creating the illness and the group of symptoms in the first place. This is not a vaccine. Now, if your body is being given the genetic material to make a synthetic spike protein, we have absolutely no idea what the body does when the genetic instructions get into the cells and start making spike protein. In fact, in our Critically Thinking with Dr. T and Dr. P, Dr. Tenpenny has specifically found the possibility that there are other pieces of the mRNA that may be in some of these shots. So when people say, is something shedding, we really don't have any idea what's in this thing or these things. We think it's spike protein, but we generally have no idea. But if we go on the fact that spike protein is being manufactured in the factory by the cells of the human body, and we know that maybe if our own messenger RNA was in our cells, we would turn it off ourselves. But we have no experience using an injected synthetic messenger RNA genetic instructions as to whether or not our bodies are going to turn that on or turn it off as we start the factory of making the spike protein. And so there is no evidence, zero evidence, no scientific studies as to whether or not that spike protein turns on and stays on or ever turns off. And we have no evidence if that body who's getting injected is making the spike protein, is exhaling it in particles through the lungs, spitting it out through saliva, urinating it out through urine, sweating it out through skin, or putting it out through gas or steam. We have no idea. But what we have is a massive, brilliant propaganda of genocide, because they don't have to inject everyone to get the results that they're looking for. Because now we see that those people who are getting injected are actually the lepers, are actually the pariahs, and are actually making healthy people who have never been injected get COVID symptoms, bleeding, which was part of the COVID illness itself, miscarriages, and death. This is not a vaccine. Please stop calling it a vaccine. As Dr. Made said, the lipid nanoparticles have never been used in injections before. They're capable of passing any material that it's attached to into the brain, the heart, the lungs, the kidneys, the liver, the sperm, and the female reproductive system. We are in a crapshoot. This is Russian roulette. We have no answers about what is being transmitted, how it's being transmitted, and we should be up in arms. That's why I said the genie is out of the bottle. Women, as the only guy on this panel, and working with mothers most of my life, women are more in touch with what's going on with their bodies than anybody else. Sorry, guys. They are. And this is genocide. This is a weapon of mass destruction. And it is requiring us to speak up. There is a prominent pediatrician in this country who has called me out and actually denied that there is any shedding in this injection. Ladies and gentlemen, that is conjecture only. There is something being passed from people who are shot up with this poison to others who have not gotten the shot. We should be quarantining those people who are injected with this poison. And the children who were not part of the initial round of spike protein poisoning, probably because, and I don't know this for sure, their ACE2 receptors were probably not as prominent and not as ubiquitous to have been attaching to this spike protein. So their sense of illness was actually minor. All for a condition of weaponization that had greater than a 99.7% recovery rate in the majority of the public, and in a condition where we had drugs, nutritional interventions, medical interventions, ozone, hyperbarics, iodine, hydrogen peroxide, Chinese medicine, homeopathy, inhaled steroids, and other interventions that not only prevented this illness from happening, but treated people who were sick and actually prevented death in large populations where doctors were able to get to their patients and treat them and prevent them in time. This is serious. I'm not mincing words. Dr. T, you know I don't mince words. We don't know what's going on, and I know you want something nice. I really think we should start calling for people who are getting the shot to be quarantined and have a badge on their arms that say, I've been vaccinated, even though it's not a vaccine, so that we know to avoid them on the street, to not go near them anywhere in society.
Let's thank you, Larry. And I know you've been, having these theories and understandings for months and months, way ahead of the curve. And you're right on all counts. And what I want to ask, and what people are so desperate to know, and Sherry, I'd like to put this hypothetically to you. You're taking care of your elderly mother, and she's had the injection, and she lives with you. And this obviously will resonate with a lot of people whose partners have had the injection, or their older children who live with them, or whoever. So give me the scenario. What are you going to do? You live with this woman, you love her. She went and got the injection. What are you going to do to protect yourself and your other members of your household?
Well, I'll follow up with that. I just want to make a few comments about what the other great panel. I call these people here, when we put this together, like I said, in less than 24 hours, this is like the dream team, man. This is like my dream team, to be having these conversations all at the same time. We should do this regularly, because this is like the brain trust of dream team right here. I'm serious. So it's really like, the people, the 5 doctors that are here. Tiffany, you guys don't know, but Tiffany is the master brain behind the marketing of all these things that happen. Michelle's not up here, but she's my assistant in between Tiffany and Michelle. We were able to pull this off. And Maureen, we're doing this all from MAM.org too. MAMM.org, and Maureen is one of the brain trusts and the leader of MAM. Tons of information that's there that you guys can hand out, and flyers and share and educate and all those things. So be sure that you guys go there and look at MAMM.org and be able to download those things. And I just want to say a couple of things about mechanisms, because I have we're hosting a very large training program on May the 8th. May the 8th, we're going to be doing, I just finished, I'm supposed to be on vacation, right? But the night before last, at 4 o'clock in the morning, I finished my project because I wanted to get it done. And at 4 o'clock in the morning, I finally got the final touches put on the ebook that I created, which is the 20 mechanisms. The name of the ebook is 20 Mechanisms of Injury, How COVID-19 Injections Can Make You Sick and Even Kill You. And we're going to drill down on each one of those things, train you on each one of those 20 mechanisms, and it's way too much for people that are in the general public to get your head around 20 of them. So we're going to train you on how to on 1 or 2, and then we're going to have some sub-trainings on that. But there are at least 20 mechanisms of injury that are doing this. Clary, I'm so glad that you said that about about stop calling it a vaccine, and I would even admonish my treating team here to stop. Every time you hear yourself say vaccine, stop, roll it back and say, I meant injection, I meant shot. It's not a vaccine. Autocorrect, self-correct, because we're so used to it and it's such a habit. And I'm not saying, I'm just encouraging you to self-correct and stuff, because I do it. I mean, I hear myself say it occasionally. I go, oh, wait a minute, I didn't mean vaccine, I meant shot. Because thoughts are things, words have power, and what we say to our general audiences is really important. So I think that if you hear yourself say it, it's just a common mistake because we're so used to it. Wind the tape back and correct it. I really kind of feel like, Jay, that of the 3 shots, and I think that they all have vulnerability, because at the end of the day, all 4 shots, including AstraZeneca, but I know we've got some international people on this call, you know, the mechanism of action of all 4 of them is to make a spike protein and make an antibody to the spike protein. And all the things that Larry laid out, we will talk about in detail on that webinar that we're going to have registration ready probably in the next 2 days, because we have to set up there's a big thing on the back end that has to be set up for that. But it's a spike protein. The spike protein can bust through the blood-brain barrier. It can, the spike protein itself can manipulate your genes and can modify proteins in your brain. It can cause pulmonary hypertension. It can cause cardiovascular problems. It is a lethal weapon. Now, can that protein get spread from person to person? Don't really know. But we do know that what I think is one of the main mechanisms is the Johnson & Johnson shot, the J&J shot. When it first came out, and everybody went running over to the J&J.
Damn right.
They said they had started learning about messenger RNA, and it's like, oh, I don't think I want that in my system. That doesn't have messenger RNA, and it's only 1 shot. I want one of those. And I said from the beginning, this one is the worst of the 3 so far. And oh, by the way, I just checked earlier this evening, there are 89 other vaccines almost ready to go for this shot. So what are we going to do? Is everybody going to be willing to do the next one in line? Because they're lining us up and getting us willing to roll up our sleeve for whatever they want to inject. And the J&J shot is an adenovirus shell that has genetic material called a transgene on the inside of it. 50 billion little particles of adenovirus gets injected into your arm. Adenovirus is a common cold virus. And so I suspect that part of the biggest shedding process is through J&J and that adenovirus that is pretty easy. But what if it migrates into your lungs and you just are simply breathing and it's going out in different places? To me, that makes a pretty common sense transmission, not a shedding, a transmission of this thing that got injected into your arm. Now, do I have proof of that? No. But if you breathe in somebody else's adenovirus, it's got that little genetic material in it. You know, they're already looking at intranasal shots for these things, how they're going to squirt it up your nose and get attached to your olfactory nerves in your nose and go directly into your brain and release that genetic material into your brain. We're already talking about that. So I want to just say that 2 things, and then I'll address what Maureen said as we're kind of winding down on our hour and a half here, is this. If all of you people listening to this, if you slip and hear yourself say, you know, something about the vaccine, say, wait a minute, stop, wait, it's not a vaccine, it's a shot, it's an injection of foreign matter, foreign genetic material. Autocorrect, start teaching the other people that are around you to autocorrect on that too. Because whenever you say the word vaccine, people think it's just like a flu shot. I can just go get that, it's just like a flu shot. So if we stop saying vaccine, and vaccines are over there, and injections and shots, and the other thing is not about shedding, it's about transmission. And the transmission may even be that those spike proteins get activated like 5G, like we're talking about. They resonate differently, and maybe that's what's shedding. And it carries with it some EMF type properties. We don't really know. But we think that, but all of it is in the area of logical conjecture that's done with critical thinking. So I quite think that what I think there's a lot of people have been using ivermectin. You know, I think ivermectin is like, I've said this many times and I mean it, that they should take fluoride out of the water and put ivermectin in. And everybody should be getting ivermectin. I mean, there's no side effects, there's no complications, it's been used for more than 60 years. And ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine work against viruses by two different mechanisms of action. Hydroxychloroquine binds to the sigma 1 and sigma 2 proteins, which aren't necessary for most of you guys to remember, but they bind to a certain protein where ivermectin blocks the spike protein, globs onto the spike protein in circulation, the spike protein on the virus, the spike protein on other coronaviruses, and it also blocks the binding to the ACE receptors that are on the surface of all your cells. It also has some anti-inflammatory properties. So it works by two different things. I think that since we still don't know exactly yet what this shedding thing is, to me it makes sense to be on both ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, maybe in alternating weeks. You know, the way that we prescribe ivermectin in our office, it's dosed by weight, and it's close to somewhere around 10 milligrams per kilo. Don't quote me on that, but it's dosed by weight, and we give one pill a week. If you have a risk of every other week, if you have a risk of high exposure, you're a healthcare practitioner, you're working in a nursing home, and they're giving everybody all these injections, we suggest that you take one pill every week. I believe that the hydroxychloroquine could be 400 milligrams 3 times a week, every other week. Again, both of these medications are super low risk, very low in the way of side effects and interactions. You know, hydroxychloroquine's been used for 70 years. I think ivermectin's used something like 60 years. And the presentation I just did for our big camp, it was something like billions and billions of doses. Billions and billions of doses of these have already been given. And so, to me, that makes sense. You can get those through the frontline doctors are prescribing for people all over the country. You can get, if you've got a holistic practitioner that will write the prescriptions for you. We write for it in our office, but only for people in the state of Ohio. So anybody that's listening to this, it's only for people in the state of Ohio because that's the only license that we have is for the state of Ohio. We use several different compounding pharmacies that do this. A lot of people will say, what about ivermectin that I can get at the animal shop, that I can go get it at my veterinarian store? Yes, that's ivermectin, but none of us as professionals and doctors can advocate for that. I mean, you just don't really know what's in it. You don't really know the dose. Let the buyer beware. If you choose to do that, you're on your own. I personally don't advocate that. I think that it's also really important, if you're going to get anything tested at all, what you need to get tested is a vitamin D level. You need to know what your vitamin D level is. And, you know, as Dr. Merritt said in lots of her presentations, that the Indonesians have worked out that if your vitamin D level is greater than 30, you have a less than a 4% chance of ending up in intensive care from COVID. And we think that the vitamin D level therapeutically should be somewhere between 80 and 100. So get your vitamin D level tested. I would say get a zinc level tested. It should be somewhere between 7 and 12. I think it's really important to take quercetin, which is a plant-based antioxidant, which drives the zinc into the cells and helps as an antioxidant. There are a long list of other types of things that you can do to protect yourself. And I think that with this whole transmission process, if there is something that's being airborne, which is kind of the most likely way that that's happening. I mean, other than fecal oral transmission, like what Larry said, if you go to the bathroom and you wipe in between, if you're in a public restroom, you know, just going and turning on the faucets, you can transmit in that direction while you're getting ready to wash your hands. It makes less sense to me that it's something that's transmitted in that direction. It makes more sense to me that it's something possibly airborne, like the adenovirus. Even the AstraZeneca shot is made from monkey adenovirus. It's from chimpanzee adenovirus. So that's an adenovirus also. Those make sense to me. Pfizer, Moderna, all of them, all make blood clots. So like what Dr. Merritt was saying, she and I had we had a great interview the other day. I'm going to put a plug in that's all up on my podcast now. We did a deep dive. Lee, in less than a week, we've already had over 10,000 interviews, 10,000 views on that. It's been great. It was a great podcast. And then the deep dive was even better. And so, but we talked about the fact that she's an orthopedic surgeon. She still works in hospitals. She's hung out. She's been in the military. She's hung out with neurosurgeons. And Larry and I talked about this. I think I mentioned it to Carrie at one point in time. Have you ever seen in our combined clinical history of well over 100 years of CNS, a case of CFST, cerebral vein thrombosis. Anybody ever seen it? And none of us ever have. And if somebody said something about it, it was sort of like, wow, that was really a rare and unusual thing. It's not common. And now within 4 months, we've got, almost 250 reported cases, and it's full court press ahead. Let's make this mandatory to keep your job, to get on an airplane, and all this other stuff. So I think that the main thing, the last thing I want to add that you can do, I think is important, and that if this ends up to be some sort of an airborne position, my backdrop would also say, also use some colloidal silver, and use it respectfully. I think that people that take colloidal silver every single day, remember, colloidal silver kills the good guys and the bad guys and the good guys. So you're going to be messing with your microbiome. But, to put a little liquid colloidal silver and snip it up your nose, and, to kind of, clean out those particles, maybe put a little in your mouth, swish in spit, whatever's on your hands, maybe colloidal silver, I don't know. There aren't any magic bullets for this, and Maureen, there's not a lot of, foo-foo good stuff that we can say about all of this, other than you got to do whatever it takes to just keep your immune system healthy. Remember, health is an inside-out phenomenon. We swim in stuff all the time. The difference is that the stuff we're swimming in now is not natural stuff. It's bioweapon stuff. And it's been released to fund the whole planet. And that is a little bit frightening. It's very frightening. And I want to go around the panel one more time, quickly, to just, before we get to a call to action, which we have to end this with a call to action. I want to, before we get last comments from everyone, I'd like to Dr. Chris J. Barker, who I listen to every night on the podcast, and I agree with you, Sherry. We can do all these wonderful things to support our body, and we must do them to prevent as best we can. But also, there's a vibrational issue involved. There's a staying in a positive mindset, staying out of fear, and I think that's essential to be able to get through these times and stay healthy in body, mind, and spirit, and traverse these crazy times. So, Dr. Northrup, can you say a few words about that, and then we'll go around and get some calls to action, some things that every one of you think are essential that we need to do as a society, as women, who are being affected by this the most. What can we do to, I'm Irish, 100% Irish. I want to rise up. I want to resist. I want to form an army of people who know what's really going on and just put a stop to this madness. As Carrie said today when we were talking briefly, let's get a moratorium on giving these injections. We can do that. There's 1,000 people here listening tonight. Dr. Larry and I did a small little video the other day. There's over 400,000 views. People are so anxious to get this information and to do something about it. So I really think this is our moment. And so, Dr. Chris, tell us what we can do to stay in a more positive mindset, in a higher vibration, and resist.
Well, first of all, you need to understand that people really, really get this wrong. And they believe things like, well, we're in this together, and I'm not going to leave behind the people who have had the shot, and, we're all of this. And it's like, at some point, you have to decide, it's the sort of the bleeding heart guy in the barracks who puts everyone at risk because he befriends a terrorist out in the jungle who comes and kills them all at night. So I think that we need to be very clear about doing what we can to take care of ourselves. I was on the Lazarus Initiative yesterday with Sasha Stone, and he had on David Cerrito. David is in Canada, and he works with 432 hertz. He works with tones, and when we actually sing these whole tones, each of which relates to a chakra, that can change our DNA. So it's very, very important that we be around the right kind of music, the right kind of people. And I was just getting the protocol of Gene Decode, who has a protocol for Morgellon syndrome, which is where those artificial fibers come out of your body. There's a lot on that. And he suggested something really interesting, and it's this. You take a bath in half a milliliter of organic soap, like organic laundry soap, and alfalfa. Alfalfa pellets or hay that you buy at the pet store from hamsters. He said you lie down in this hot bath, including that you eventually immerse your head. And he said if you have a black light, and I talked to Carrie about this, if you have a black light, you can literally see the hydrogel, the nanobots, the AI little fibers come out of your body and go to the alfalfa. I don't have a black light, so I don't know if this is true. Then he says you take a bath, then you take a shower with Dr. Bronner's peppermint soap. Soap off twice, it's a universal antidote. Then with gloves on, you take all of that stuff out of your bathtub, wrap it up, peel the gloves off, put them in the bag so that it doesn't get back into you. So I think that that's something we can do. And also we have to remember that even these AI particles thrive on negativity. They thrive on fear. They thrive on anger. We need to bring in, this is a war between good and evil as I see it. We need to bring in our Christed light power, like literally bring in Archangel Michael and his cobalt blue sword of light. You bring in the Christed energy, you bring in the Sophia Mother Earth from the ground up.
You okay?
For whatever reason, I just don't have any fear about this. I feel, Marie, this is our moment. This is our moment, because if this does not scare the pants off people, I don't know what will. I don't know what will. It seems to me any 16-year-old, 17-year-old would want to be able to have the ability to have a baby someday. And our fertility as a human race is under attack here, and we need to stop it. And you do that not by getting into doom and gloom. You do it by getting into inspired action, not action that's all over the place. Oh my God, the sky's... No, you do what we did here. We all got together. We came together. We're getting this out. Just like at the airport, Tiffany and I had a discussion. What do you think this is about? Getting the word out beyond the censors. I'd also really like to have a database of all of these people who have not had this shot but are adversely affected, and start collecting a database. And I have someone who's able to do that kind of thing.
Thank you so much. Dr. Larry, give us a short synopsis, closing statement. What are the action steps we can take at this insane time?
Okay, thank you, Maureen. And thank you, Dr. Chris and Dr. Tenpenny, for your last remarks. One of the things that is, I think, very important in our time is for people who have not gotten the shot to get together in person. One of the reasons for the lockdown is to prevent people from congregating and amassing enough of a strength and a rebellion to fight back. One of the reasons for the masks is the same, to keep people apart. So I think that we, and this is already starting to happen, Stand for Health Freedom is helping to amass people. Make Americans Free Again.com also helping to get people together. There are doctors from World Ethics that are helping to work together, World Doctors Alliance. We need to get people together. People need to start mobilizing and seeing the support that we can give each other, and the strength that we all have from ourselves when we're together.
Stop.
I think, and I'm going to say something gloom and doom, but I don't think it's gloom and doom, Maureen. I think our leaders are not our leaders. We have lost our government. We are not being governed. We are being ruled. We do not have a government. We have rule-ment. We have lost our courts. We have lost our Congress. We have lost our media. We have lost our medical institutions. We have lost the people who are supposed to be helping to protect us. We need to stop asking those people to protect us. And we need to take the protection on our own shoulders. And that requires us to turn to where the power really is, and that's in our own inner authority, and that's amongst those of us who are awake, who want to be awake, who are trying to be awake, and who need to go on with our lives. And so I want to thank everybody for attending, and thanks for the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thanks, Larry. And Dr. Naday, can you give us your final thoughts? How can we empower each other this time?
I agree with Larry in that we should get together minimum once a week in person. And here with UI Media, Tim Ray and I, we've been encouraging local people here to start their own groups locally. We call it freedommeetup.org. You can look that up. And we help you start the group. And you don't even have to know what you're doing. The point is to get people who just want freedom there, who don't discuss politics or anything because it doesn't matter anymore. You're there to defend and support each other. And we help with educational sources, etc. But the point is to physically get together once a week. That is so powerful, I promise you. That physical connection is amazing. And plus there's an energy that is synergistic when you get together. Because again, your heart goes out minimum 6 feet from your body with its love frequency, okay, which is the highest frequency out there. When you bring people together, there's a synergy. It's exponential. And just being together is amazing. So please just spend 2 hours a week doing that, and you make a huge difference. And then that spreads because people, they need to follow others, right? And I'm happy to help. If you want to start something local, we can do a Zoom. Anyway, freedommeetup.org, and hugging and praying and kissing and cooking together and finding joy in music and dancing and singing, and that brings that energy up, because that is the key to this. This is a frequency war we're under. This is a battle between good and evil. This is what we've read about in the book of Revelation. It's here, but don't be afraid, because we're the ones with the power. We've just been manipulated and lied to about reality, lied to about who we are, what we came from, and what we are capable of. So don't let that fear and that panic get to you. And let me tell you that there's no bioweapon I've ever seen, and believe me, this is not the first time they've launched them, that is that strong. Because we are amazing beings. We're spiritual beings as well. We always learn how to adapt and overcome. And this is no different, I promise you. But if you let yourself get into that fear and panic and that low frequency, yes, it will affect you. So it's definitely a hard war because it's in our minds, and we have to be strong enough to realize that. And Larry's right, Dr. Larry's right. You cannot depend on any one magic person to come here. The governments are gone as we know them, because under the Emergency Act, they do not exist. The executive branch answers to FEMA in our country. They are just figureheads. It doesn't matter who is in power there. It doesn't matter. So get that out of your head. And our medicine, unfortunately, sadly, took a very dark turn, particularly in the last few years, last 5 to 10 years. So do not expect them as a group to come up with a magic cure either. But that's okay, because the power still comes within us. And this is the time that you come back and you reach and you find that love and that energy and that brilliance, and that light is going to shine from us. I promise you, we are not alone. We have our Creator God, we have Yeshua, Jesus Christ. That's my personal belief, but I mean, just know that there's a higher power than us that connects all of us. And don't let them fool you and disconnect you. So I just promise you, just start meeting every week, and that's the key. And do bentonite clay baths. They're amazing for heavy metals and radiation and that kind of thing as well.
You're right about those meetings. We have a meeting here every single week. It is a game changer.
Yeah, I agree. We have a local farmers market started by someone who's going to be the next constitutional sheriff. I recommend highly you go meet with your sheriff. You talk to him. Sherry, you turned me on to this many months ago, and they're just there to defend the Constitution and defend you. And this market, everybody's running around hugging the children and playing like children should be playing, and we're all buying organic produce, and there's music playing, and it's like, I felt like I died and went to heaven. It was fabulous. That's the way life should be. So yes, we're all working nationally, we're all working globally, but we have to also find time for laughter and fun and hugs and potlucks and just great times together, because that's what's going to keep us really healthy and strong too. So Dr. Lee, our party words.
No,
absolutely. And you're on mute there.
She gives you a short word, and
you're
she
muted.
says, Her had an array of neurons.
No,
No.
absolutely
And
not.
one last thing that
Automatically, it must auto-mute me. I don't know.
Marie, before we all go, I want everybody to look at the camera and smile so we can take like a good picture of everything that's happening here so we got it in our thing, okay? Can we do that? We'll do that and then we'll let Dr. Merritt close out. So everybody look at the camera and smile. Come on, smile. Oh, wait a minute. How did that happen? One more time. One more time. And for whatever reason, this thing won't go away. So let me try this one more time. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Good. Lee, hit it. Hit it out of the park.
What I was saying, I agree with all the necessary higher power, but I'm going to say this is kind of under the category of praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. You know, I think there's a small number of people in the world that are running this show. I want to call it the kind of show, but anyway. And just like we've seen this before, a small number of people at the top are pulling the strings and organizing and thinking about this. And I just want to quote something. This is from the policy for the New American Century, written by U.S. defense insiders like Chertoff and Cheney and Wolfowitz, the usual suspects. And this is what they said. This is in 2000. Advanced forms of biologic warfare that can target specific genotypes may transfer biological warfare from the realm of terror to a, quote, politically useful tool. That's their exact words. And I think people need to understand who would think bioweapons are a politically useful tool, and the answer are psychopaths. And you're not going to stop psychopaths with argument or good feelings. And at some point, we have to take down the industrial organization that is bringing it to us, or something. And, you know, in World War II, if we had known about the Schwerin ball bearing plant in Germany, that was a linchpin that if we'd taken it down, every German tank and car and plane would have ceased to move. But we didn't know that was the linchpin. It's interesting in this situation how badly they don't want us to know about treatment. They don't want us to know about hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. And I think there's a reason here, because that is the linchpin. If we want to take away the fear of the psyop, you know, the Dr. Murray's talking about, if we want to take that fear away, I think we have to have a systematic way. We have to make sure we can somehow protect people's ability to get those medications and somehow
you go back
get them out of the psyop. We have that is a key figure point here. Yes, it's take off the masks. That's a control thing. And I just think because we can't individually, I can protect myself and my family and my household to a degree. But if they kill off, 150 million Americans, there's nothing stopping China or anybody that wants to come over and take out the rest of us. We really have. This is a national security issue that we need to consider. And so we have to get other people, we have to wake up the sheeple. And we have to make them realize they're coming for your children. And one of the things we need to do, I think, is people need to, and especially doctors, but people need to be self-examined and realize, if they realize that they're coming after our children, are you working for a pharmaceutical company? Are you working in an industry that's helping to bring this to us? We need to, are you working for the bioweapons lab at St. Jude's Hospital? You know, are you involved in this stuff? Because if you are, you're not going to survive this. It's not going to, they're not going to, they never spare the people, the capos, okay? Just keep that in mind. People need to keep that in mind. And I think that we have to, we're going to have, this is going to be, I hope this doesn't come to this, but I think it's going to be a fight. And stopping the immunization step once, making people not vulnerable to the next round of, let's say, MERS, the Middle Eastern Respiratory, which is more fatal than this one. This one was just a psyop, but the next one might not be. And keep in mind, they have the other thing that somebody needs to do is to look if we can treat things like smallpox with these new treatments. Smallpox is 60% fatal, and we know it's in the labs. So, that's just my practical points.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Tiffany, I'm actually going to ask you to do a couple closing remarks. Your brainchild, and I know you feel so strongly about all of us taking action to prevent mandates and these asinine vaccine passports. How in the midst of, just being what's reported to the CDC, 60,000 adverse reactions, over 3,000 deaths, never mind all the things we're talking about tonight. How in God's name can they be talking about vaccine friggin' passports and mandating them? So please give us some action steps. We know this recording will be available on Dr. Sherry Tempany's website. It'll be on the NAM website. We'll make it available for the millions of people who are going to watch this. What's that? Yes. Okay. So take us home.
We're gonna make it available everywhere. Once we get it processed, it needs a little bit of editing. We just want to release it to everybody that's here. We've got several other people with great big platforms that they want to either do it from the audio or the video form. Just everywhere. It's just gonna go everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks everybody who joined, and thanks Sherry and Larry for letting us hijack your event tonight and plan this out. I helped put this together because there are a lot of people out there that are very concerned about what's happening with their bodies. And I'm here representing the women of the universe, the moms, and the people that have trouble understanding what might be going on here. And listening to you guys has been absolutely incredible. And it's taught me a lot of things, and I think it's going to teach a lot of people a lot of things too. And although it seems really complex and it seems like it can be very doom and gloom, I think we need to just take some things that we can learn from this, because it can seem really overwhelming. And that's that we just need to pay attention and we need to listen. We have to recognize the fact that information is not getting to us because it's being censored. The people on this call are being silenced. You've never heard of these theories before because they haven't let you hear of these theories before. And we have to recognize the fact that we need to not only listen to each other, but we need to listen to our bodies. And just because it doesn't sound like it makes sense doesn't mean that it doesn't make sense. And so I encourage everybody that, as crazy or outlandish as some of these ideas may sound, look into them, because they're coming from a very, very deep place of tons of research, incredibly brilliant people. They're not coming out of nowhere. So don't be afraid. Take this as an opportunity to learn and start researching. And if you need resources for that, at the MAM website, any of the websites of any of the people on the call here today. There is something happening with women, and there is something happening with other people who have not gotten any of these shots. And you can see some of the testimonials that I've been receiving and that people on our social media sites have been receiving at covidvaccinereactions.com. They're collecting them. We're going to continue to collect them. I think at the end of the day, we need to make sure that we're paying attention, that we're communicating, that we're staying together, and that we're staying positive, because this is going to be something that we're going to have to fight. And it starts with the vaccine passport. I know that's in mainstream news. There's going to be a lot of campaigns coming out about that. At the end of the day, you need to understand that you have to take responsibility for your health. And when the government or anyone removes that ability from you, then you don't have your body anymore. And so regardless of what's causing this, at the end of the day, you need to maintain control of your own body and of your children's body. And you need to make sure that everybody else has the opportunity to do the same. So at the end of this, if there's one takeaway that you have, it's that there's a lot we don't know, and there's a lot we need to learn, and there's a lot that can be happening, but we do have ownership of something. We may not be able to control everything, but we can continue to fight to make sure that we still maintain control of the things that we can control. So pay attention to the legislation that's happening in your state. Make sure that you do not allow vaccine passports to happen in private companies, in government companies, or agencies, anywhere. Make sure that there's always a choice and that we continue to maintain control over our own bodies. So watch that and do not let these vaccine passports happen, because if that happens, we'll be giving up a whole lot of ourselves, even more. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you, everyone. They're messing with the wrong people. They're messing with women. So they don't know. They're in for a fight. Let's do this. Let's do it together. Let's be strong and healthy and beat these bastards. Psychopaths. Thank you so much,
everybody. Have a great day.
Maureen, I just want to say goodnight from Critically Thinking with Dr. T and Dr. B. You can find us here every Thursday night from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I want to thank Maureen for moderating. Remember, NAMM.org. If you don't know who these people are, Dr. Lee Merritt, Dr. Christiane Northrup, Dr. Sherry Tenpenny, Dr. Carrie Madej, you now know them, and please know them more. Very smart, very heartfelt, very beautiful people, along with Maureen and Tiffany. Cookie, thank you. We'll see you next week. Critically Thinking, Dr. T, Dr. P. Love you, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
This door is made of metal and appears to be number 28.
Anyone's home. No
one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him. We should return tonight after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? The smoker on the balcony. This is why we are tonight at 9 p.m. Right?
No one answers.
We should
No one answers.
We should return.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. The lieutenant is concentrated on the hallway, scanning both ways for any approaches. It's a solid lump of metal.
You seem committed to it, so go on.
The shackle snaps like a twig.
After you, detective.
plaster bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads...
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting. I suspect that's exactly what they're trying to do. There aren't many communists around. Not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology. He was definitely controversial. The tenant here seems to like him. There aren't many communists around.
The note is written with a blue pencil.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little...
The lieutenant.
Really? You don't... Oh, I'm sure the child...
Someone has... You find the filament.
Looks like someone... That's implausible. Looks like... That's a plausible hypothesis.
You hear someone walking around inside.
Who is that? Do I have to open it? Do you have to?
Let's go.
It's generally...
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman. Oh, that one was a scientist. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on. That's what I said. Astrology.
The lieutenant shakes his head as though to say, let it go.
No one lives there. It's been empty for months. Impossible. I would know if someone... Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. Great. Young people. Their worst people come and go.
They probably just moved or died. Hopefully somewhere else.
Oh, I think he's something to do with all those stars. The symbol of what now? Oh. All I know about politics is that it's... Oh, I think he's something to do... The symbol of what now? I don't believe in equality. Oh, I think he's something to do... The symbol of what now? Economy? Why should anyone care about economy? Oh, I think he's something to do with... The symbol of what now?
The clash of ideas of a church.
Oh, I think he's something. The symbol of what now? Huh. I thought Revachol was the cat. Oh, I think he's something to do. The symbol of what now?
Come to know, like
Never heard of it. The odd chili is an old lady. Oh, no. Ask away. Oh.
it will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing indeed. You hear someone walking around inside.
Who is this? Do I have to? Do you have a warrant?
Let's go. It's generally easier to do things.
Excuse me?
You have plenty of reason to enter.
Oh, come on.
Well, that was easy.
That was smart.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see? Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too? Very well, but please make it quick. I need to be back in the Delta in an hour. Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door.
So, Rebbe, she's probably on some low-grade performance enhancers.
A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone.
The sum must have been puny.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computers. Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it. Don't ask me what happened with the wall. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both. I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to...
A sudden serious look crosses her.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything... I need to get it ready.
It's not a compliment.
It was some...
A sudden...
But that was months ago. It was some...
A sudden...
But that was months ago. Oh, that's another again.
So,
a hole in
the sum must have been puny.
Don't ask both apartments, of course.
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them. I know those types, yes. There have been some here, but they never make their rent, so they have to move out.
She appreciates your effort to curb the deviantry and laxness.
Ask away, policeman. Some lunatic lost his mind. Oh, what the hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume. Oh, no.
She hasn't spoken to...
Fuck off.
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious... Who knows? You could ask Emperor who a little ring. There's something... It looks like the artist is celebrating. No one's telling... The lieutenant picks up one.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Yes.
There's the missing... And now
An interesting little clue.
Who knows?
A little ring. There's something... It looks like the artist is celebrating diversity. You ain't the lieutenant.
I'm beginning to feel better.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man.
The White Star, the photos on the wall. He was deaf. There aren't many communists. He was deaf. There aren't many. I suspect there aren't many communists. The White Star, the photo.
The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk strips. After spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes? Beautiful things give you a rush. Remember, When they come to take it away from you, they're either a gateway drug or bait. Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you? At a point, the world's secrets were made for you. This door is made of metal and appears no one answers.
We should return in the evening. But now
It's okay. It's enough. That's enough.
Just my baby. Look at her. Look at my baby. Look at her. Hey, baby. Hey, baby.
No, there's nothing in there. No, back up. No. 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 I'm gonna shoot you. You dumb bitch. I'm gonna shoot the fucking shit out of you if you don't back up. Back up. Go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down, baby. Go lay down. Go lay your fucking ass down, okay? Go lay your fucking ass down somewhere, okay? Go fucking lay your ass down. Go lay down. Go lay down. No. No. Go lay down. Go down. Get your cigarette out. Exactly. Stupid.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. It is given.
There was a... They got as far as the street lamps in that statue.
The lieutenant adjusts.
It's enough.
Her hands move over the book. An array of neurons fire up with...
An array of neurons fire up.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second. Sylvie Malaika. Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, detective? Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir. Clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking you didn't need it. I am sorry about that. Anything else, detective? Yes, I know who you are. You're a police. Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's your... Yes, you absolutely should. It's awful that you...
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. I never saw you in... Yes, I know who you are. You... Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too. Right. It's better to not ask too many. You hear?
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. 10-4, sir. Sorry, but I'm under orders too. 10-4. Orders as your orders. Anything. 10-4, sir. 10-4. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
Make way for the master poet.
Looking for something, Ron? Come to tell me.
Stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy grog, the windows are clear. The driver has adorned the back of the book.
Racist nationalist, Parrot. Likely, yes.
The woman is still hung.
Huh? What is it?
What do you want?
She's so he does.
You hear that, Loma? I don't think your partner likes you spit.
Nothing. He doesn't want your frail mind.
A pal dream is what it is. What do I need drugs for?
The woman sways. So he...
You hear that, Loma? Oh, Lemonot, the Transcatholic Magistrate. You go right. Is that all you woke me up to say? Of course not.
Boyadera. Boya for short. The woman sways her.
Of course.
Boyadera.
It's an old ballad about John be stupid.
In the background, you can hear.
So the Boyadera strangles his beloved. The most beautiful. A true boy. What do I need drugs for, Loma? Yes.
Those I don't like the sound. The woman sways her wrinkled
What do I need drugs? If you...
Maybe if she thought...
What the fuck? And what do I care about reunion? Maybe. Probably not. Just this mouth. No. Loma. Easy.
That's correct.
Time and good for you. Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the features of this world. I can just...
I think we're done here, no?
Of course.
Boyadera. Boya for short. The woman
Time. Of course. Whatever stupid things they put. Is that all you wanted to know, Loma? Of course.
Boyadera. Boya for short.
It's an old ballad about the new... Of course not.
In the background.
No. The boy, you have to understand. A true boy.
A silver plaque. If he really wants to save the economy, he'd let you pay with me.
Haven't you heard of this? Very cool.
You find your...
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy second hand. Keep the economy moving.
The speakers below are banned. You should go over and ask him about paying for those sneakers with your net worth.
No way, officer! No, officer! You're a hut. You do, officer, you do!
A pair of...
Those sneakers...
Only? Found them ultra. These once respectable speakers have...
No, don't look. These officers...
Samarran trash. That sounds like it. Stylish shapes, huh? They'd be a bought.
Damn, officer! You look...
They're perfect for concealing your blood.
No, you are definitely not. No, I can't. We can't walk around with you looking like this. Okay, fine. Go ahead. If you want to look like a walking midlife crisis, then who am I to interfere?
These are... those you...
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Everything's cool here, officer. Drugs? I don't go into that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah. Tasty drugs. That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale. Or at my home, or on my purse. That's cool. Especially after you already said you're into them. All the coolest detectives in the movies do drugs. And I'm very conflicted about that. That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about
A blatant lie, sir. Yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole.
Realizing he can't get out of it.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. No, I just forgot. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole. With engine, nothing. I took
And what?
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd.
Shush, please. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please, don't get me into this mess. I spent
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her.
Interesting. Could this driver be connected to the Hardy Boys?
All of them. I don't know.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos. I don't know. Maybe.
He's not ruling her out.
I don't know. I'm not local. I don't know anything. All right. I scored. Let's get this off with the punches. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detective. Both of you. You deserve it. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty. The lieutenant winces. Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era.
That's right, officer. But it's a bad thing. Why not?
looking for something odd? Comme tu tell me to... I don't know what you're talking about. Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Rivers West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
No. He means la puta madre.
A legendary, and not in a good way, crime boss.
Yeah, him.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all...
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies would do anything for him.
The lieutenant adopts a rodentine quality. Be cool, sire. He's getting into this.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peonist job to find out.
He's surprisingly good at this. Not bad at all. Look at him lurch.
It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting his fucking teeth.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorrymen and Carters Guild.
You've seen the corpse in the yard, yes? You took a peek. I know you did. Does it look like his friends protected him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod.
I salute you, compatriot. Defenders of the evening lands have to stick together. Light up, brother. Ward off those jungle spirits.
Whoa, Jack. Racist Jack. Men like this only respect two things. Strength.
Fuck you, I told you. I'm...
There. His voice grows smaller as yours.
Look, fuck you, man. It's a lorry down there. Green, banged up thing. I don't...
When did she go?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She passed the monument. Down there. The Green Temple. Now, leave me the fuck.
A small temple by the monument. Green. Let's get into that lorry.
Things are busy enough. You're going to waste less of my time?
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
We were promised work. We'd be in. Main gate's locked. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. Yeah, bad. I don't know how the Union has it trained. Like civilized.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went on, at least for now. If you...
No! They will give up eventually. We were promised. Main gate, and I don't mean the scrum like
It would be better.
No! What's it to you? Am I a sub?
Every once in a while, the man...
What's it to you? Big man.
Every once in a while.
We're all workers, right? Workers worked at territory. Uh-huh. It's a long time.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? Los Arbis? They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law. The mercenary, eh? That's so. I haven't heard anything about them. It wasn't... I ain't the...
He believed.
Understood. This has been of limited use.
No problem. I wish the best to you and your son. We're negotiating. Aye.
The man whispers.
The mercenary.
The man whispers.
The unpromising race pupil returns. I am not the first line.
Fine. Interesting. I think this...
That will be the...
That is understood.
These cops are just jealous.
I am.
The drawings are precise and look true to them.
Your silence betrays your... There is nothing, though. A risk. The Vesper, the other, over... as proven by the Mound. The Ariel, the latter is perfect. I cannot possibly imagine.
I've got nothing to say to you. I am not...
You could be Liz.
Even a mod?
He's right. With a face like that, she could be cold in. It's not her. She's not...
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you aggressive?
We've talked...
Listen. So ask what you came to ask. Oh, no one is emotional here. Do you... I suggest...
Even though she has excellent...
No. Talk to what you want is of no. What you want is of no.
Look.
Another dance music. You wouldn't get, okay? You have a dictionary. That doesn't mean you get it.
okay. You get so goddamn bent out of shape. No, that's fine. Just chill. Back out. Hey. Let's go.
No, not disco. I guess it's fair to say I will. Left. I suggest.
Even though she hesitates,
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question these men.
she
Anodic dance music. You wouldn't get it. It's beyond.
she means it's part of the. There is nothing a determined man couldn't.
Left.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Again.
Good one, Titus.
Chase
Or send them to Reunion to rot. Or
Doesn't.
may no use keeping a stiff.
Didn't they?
Yeah, yeah.
make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
Like what?
You don't?
I know.
No need. Yeah.
By
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer.
About fucking time.
I'm gonna.
yes. What about me? Good.
Can I help you? Another thing. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix. Who told you that? Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here. If you do find out who cut the line, let me know so I can forward them the report. Yes, and the phone... Not straight. Who told you that? Fine, yeah. If you do... Yes. Not... Who told you that? Fine. If you do...
Hey! Hey!
If you do find out who... Yeah. Who told you that? Fine. Yes. Another thing. Oh, yeah. Yes. Got the 20 right. Good. You got the room for the night.
shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor. Wow, you seem to no one won't. There's something about this. He might be wearing a disguise.
Hey, hold on. Hold on. Hey!